Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Welcome to all of you. It's really wonderful to see you all, to see you here in this Shabbat Kodesh, to see the faces of many of you for the first time in a very long time, and to welcome some of you who have not been here in a very long time, and to celebrate with Gary this very special milestone, and to welcome those of you who are joining us on Zoom, even from Israel. Adam, I see you. Adam and Rachel are in Israel, in Tel Aviv. And Lev playing the guitar. We can hear you through the magics of our imagination. It's just wonderful to be able to be with all of you. People at home, we really encourage you to turn on your cameras because, as I just said, we can see you, and it's great to welcome your full presence here. And take a minute just to arrive, to settle, to be here with us. I'll be announcing the different kind of pages for the Siddur that people have access at home through the chat, the link that Micah puts in the chat, and the Siddur that we're using here at TBZ. If you're able to rise, please do so for Baruch She'amar on page 180 here, 122 at home.
Ay, 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 ay.
בפי עמו, משובח ומפואר בלשון חסידיו ועבדיו, ובשירי דוד עבדך נהללך אדוני אלוהינו בשבחות ובזמירות, נגד לך ונשבחך ונפארך ונזכיר שמך ונמליכך מלכנו אלוהינו, יחיד חלמים, מלך משובח ומפואר עד שמו הגדול, ברוך אתה אדוני, מלך מהולל ותשבחו. You may be seated. Ashrei is on page 190 here, 136 at home. Ashrei, Yoshvei, ברכה שמך לעולם ועד.
בכל יום אברכך והללה שמך לעולם ועד.
גדול אדוני ומהולל מאוד לגדולתו אין חקר.
דור דברי שבח מעשיך, גבורתך יגידו.
הדר כבוד הודך ודברי נפלותיך עשיך.
בזוז נורתך יאמרו, גדולתך ספרנה.
זכר רב טובך יביאו וצדקתך ירננו.
חנון ורחום אדוני, ערך אפיים וגדל חסד.
טוב אדוני לכל ורחמיו על כל מעשיו.
יודוך אדוני כל מעשיך, וחסידיך יברכוך.
כבוד מלכותך יאמרו וגבורתך ידברו.
להודיע לבני אדם גבורותיו, וכבוד הדר מלכותו.
מלכותך מלכות כל עולמים וממשלתך בכל דור ודור.
סומך אדוני לכל הנופלים, וזוקף לכל הכפופים.
הנה כל אליך יסברו ותנותם להם את אוכלם בעיתו.
פותח את ידך ומשביע לכל חרצות.
צדיק אדוני בכל דרכיו וחסיד בכל מעשיו.
קרוב אדוני לכל קורב, לכל אשר יקראו באמת.
רצוני רב יעשה ואת שבתם ישמע ויושיעם.
שומר אדוני את כל אוהביו, ואת כל רשעים ישמיד.
תהילת
תהילת
אדוני
אדוני
ידבר פיו יברך כל בשר שם קודשו לעולם ועד. ואנחנו נברך יה מעתה ועד עולם. הללויה, הללויה. We turn to page 194 here. 141 at home for Psalm 150.
Hallelujah.
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 Oh, oh, oh.
Hallelujah.
Ay, 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 hallelujah, hallelujah.
כל הנשמה
תהלליה, הללויה, הללויה, כל הנשמה
כל הנשמה
תהלליה,
הללויה,
כל הנשמה תהלליה, hallelujah. With all our being, our soul, our presence, our showing up in the world, that is how we praise you, God. Neshama, soul. Neshima, breath. Take a few deep breaths, because it's by living meaningful, by breathing meaningfully, is that we show up in the world, and this is how we bring God's presence to the world. $196 here, 141 at home, 145 at home. 196 and 145. נשמת כל חי תברך את שמך ברוח כל בשר,
ברוח כל בשר,
תפאר ותרומם,
תפאר ותרומם,
זכרך מלכנו תמיד,
מן העולם,
מן העולם
ועד העולם.
מבלעדיך
ומבלעדיך
אין לנו מלך,
אין לנו מלך
גואל ומושיע, פודה ומציל,
פודה ומציל,
ומפרנס ומרחם,
ומפרנס ומרחם
בכל עצה גדול הימות ונורא לעליון כל השמיים בארץ. נהללך ונשבחך ונפארך ונברך את שם קודשך כאמור. לדוד ברכי נפשי את אדוני בכל קרבי את שם קודשו. 218 here, 147 at home. תתרומם ובקרב קדושים תתקדש ובמקלות רבבות עמך בית ישראל
ברינה יתפאר שמך מלכנו בכל ודור שכן חובות כל יצרים מבניך
להודות, להלל, לשבח, לפאר, לרומם, להדר, לברך, להלל ולקלס על כל דברי שירות ותשבחות דוד בן ישי עבדך משיחך. We rise for Ishtabach as you are able, if you are able. Page 218 here at TBZ, page 148 at home. Ishtabach Shimcha Lad Malkeinu Al Malach HaGadol
והקדוש השמיים ובארץ כי לך נאה אדוני אלוהינו
ברכות והודאות מעתה ועד עולם ברוך אתה אדוני אל מלך גדול ותשבחות אל ההודעות אדון הנפלאות הבוחר בשירי זמרה מלך אל חיי העולמים יתגדל ויתקדש מרבה ועל מה דברי חילותי וימליך מלכותי בחייכון ובימכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל בעגלה ובזמן קריב אמרו אמן יש מרבה מברך לעלם ולעלמי עלמיה יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמד הקדושה בריחו לעילם מכל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירם בעלמה באמרו אמן. And it's our practice at TBZ to take a moment before we turn to the call for worship, to the Shacharit service with Baruch Hu, to remind ourselves of the mitzvah of loving our neighbor as we love ourselves. As the Ari Kadosh teaches us, before we come into the presence of the divine, we have to come into the presence of human beings. It's very easy to be holy when you're alone. It's very difficult to be holy when you're triggered by human beings around you. So when we do this, it's by greeting each other with Shabbat Shalom. I especially welcome you and encourage you to greet people you don't know. It is our first Shabbat with mask optional, so also be aware and mindful of people's different practices. Check before hugging or giving a hand. I am, for example, going to put my mask while I hug. I have a big simcha coming up in 2 weeks. So I want to make sure that we are all set. So everybody does what it works. And remember, you don't have to have a reason. You don't have an excuse. You do what works for you. And we're trying to create a non-judgmental sanctuary where people come as they are with what works for each and every one of us. And we sing at the same time. Areini mekabelet alai et mitzvat havorei ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha reacha kamocha. Love your neighbor as yourself. Hareini mekabel alai et mitzvat haborei ve'ahavta l'reacha kamocha. Love your neighbor as yourself. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 ay. Ay, 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 Love your neighbor as yourself. The call to worship is on page 224 here at TBZ. It's on page 149 at home. Baruch hu et Adonai המבורך.
Baruch Adonai המבורך לעולם ועד.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך עולם, יוצר אור ובורא חושך, עושה שלום ובורא את הכל. הכל יודוך והכל ישבחוך. page 26, 150.
אתה פותח לכם דלתות שערי מזרח ובקך עיני רקיע, לארץ אלוהים עליה ברחמים טוב מחדש.
עמי לארץ ולעדרים עליה ברחמים ובטובו מחדש בכל יום תמיד מעשה בראשית. עמי אמר עולם לבדו משוח מפר מתנשא ממות עולם. אלוהי עולם ברחמך רבים רחם עלינו אדון עוזנו. צור משגבנו מגן אישנו משגב אהדינו. middle of page 226. אין כרכך זולתך page 234. or 153 at home. תתברך צורנו מלכנו ובעלינו בורא קדושים, השתבח שמך לעד מלכנו. יוצר משרתים ואשר משרתיו, כולם עומדים ברום עולם. ומשמיעים בירה יחד בכל דברי אלוהים חיים ומלך עולם. כולם אהובים, כולם ברורים, כולם גיבורים. וכולם עושים במעבר הרצון קונם, וכולם פותחים את פיהם בקדושה ובטהרה ושירה וזמרה, ומברכים ומשבחים ומפארים ומריצים וממליכים וממליכים את שם האל, המלך הגדול הגיבור ונורא הקדוש הוא. וכולם מקבלים עליהם עול מלכות שמיים זה מזה ונותנים רשות זה לזה להקדיש לו יוצרם בנחת רוח, בשפה ברורה ונעימה קדושה, כולם כחדונים ואומרים ביראה קדוש 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 אדוני צבאות מלוך כל הארץ כבודו. ואופנים בחיות הקודש ברעש גדול מתנסים לעומת צרפים, לעומתם משבחים ואומרים ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. page 237, 236 or 237 and at home it is page 152. ליל ברוך נאמר איתנו, למלך אל חי וקיים זמירות יאמרו ותשבחות ישמיעו, כי הוא לבדו פועל גבורות, עושה חדשות בעל מלחמות, זורע צדקות, מצמיח ישועות, בורא רפואות, נורא תהילות אדון הנפלאות, המחדש בטובו בכל יום תמיד מעשה בראשית כאמור לעשורים גדולים, כי לעולם חסדו. אור חדש על ציון תהיר, ונזכה כולנו מרע לאורו. ברוך אתה אדוני יוצר המאורות. דבר אהבתנו אדוני אלוהינו חמלה גדולה ותרחמת עלינו. אבינו מלכנו ועבור אבותינו שבטחו בך ותלמדם חוקיך, אם כן תכוננו תלמדנו אבינו אב הרחמן רחם עלינו, ותן בליבנו להבין להשכיל לשמוע ללמוד וללמד לשמור ולעשות ולקיים את כל דברי תלמוד תורתך באהבה, והאר עינינו בתורתך, ודבק ליבנו במצוותיך, ויחד לבבינו לאהבה וליראה את שמך, בלא נגילה ונשמחה וישועתך. We gather the four tzitziot from the four corners of Talit, והביאנו לשלום מארבע כנפות הארץ, ותוליכנו קוממי עוד לארצנו בארצנו, כי אל פועל ישות אתה, ובנו בחרתם קולם בלשון וקרבתנו לשמך גדול סלע באמת, להודות לך ולאחדך באהבה. ברוך אתה אדוני הבוחר ועמו ישראל באהבה. שמע ישראל אדוני אלוהינו אדוני אחד. כבוד מלכותו לעולם ועד. ואהבת את אדוני אלוהיך בכל לבבך, בכל נפשך, בכל מאודיך, והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך, ושיננתם לבניך, ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך, ובלכתך בדרך, ובשוכבך ובקומך, וקשרתם לאות על ידיך, והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך, וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובישעריך. והם שמוע תשמעו. ויאמר אדוני אל משה לאמור דבר אל בני ישראל ואמרת להם ועשו להם ציצית. ציצית. תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי ואתם קדושים לי. למען תזכרו ועשיתם את כל מצוותיי ואתם קדושים לאלוהיכם, אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אשר הוצאתי אתכם מארץ מצרים, להיות לכם לאלוהים, אני אדוני אלוהיכם, אדוני אלוהיכם. We're on page 250 in the middle of the page, אמת אתה הוא ראשון, אתה הוא אחרון. At home is on page 157.
Oh
Page 252 or 158 at home, the blessing of redemption of Geulah. Please rise as you are able. תהילות ליל עליון, ברוך ומבורך, מרים ובני ישראל, לך נושירה, בשמחה רבה ואמרו כולם, מי כמוך באלים אדוני, מי כמוך נהדר בקודש, נורא תהילות אוסף פלא. שירה חדשה, שבחו גלים לשמך על שפת הים, יחד כולם הודו והמליכו ואמרו,
אדוני מלך לעולם ועד.
Following to Israel, we begin the Amidah for Shabbat together and the Kedusha, and then we continue silently. Tzur Israel, Kuma בעזרת ישראל, ובדי חינומך יהודה וישראל, גואלנו אדוני צבאות שמו, קדוש ישראל, ברוך אתה אדוני גאל ישראל, אדוני שפתי תפתח ופי יגיד תהילתך. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו ואלוהי אבותינו, אלוהי אברהם, אלוהי יצחק ואלוהי יעקב, אלוהי שרה, אלוהי רבקה, אלוהי רחל ואלוהי לאה, האל הגדול, הגיבור והנורא, אל העליון, גומל חסדים טובים וקונה הכל, וזוכר חסדי אבות, ומביא גואל לבני בניהם, למען שמו באהבה, מלך עוזר ומושיע ומגן. ברוך אתה אדוני, מגן אברהם בעזרת שרה, אתה גיבור לעולם אדוני, מחיה מתים אתה רב להושיע, משיב הרוח ומוריד הגשם, מכלכל חיים בחסד, מחיה מתים ברחמים רבים, סומך נופלים ורופא חולים, ומתיר אסורים, ומקיים אמונתו לשני עפר, מי כמוך
בעל גבורות,
ומי דומה לך, מלך ממית ומחיה, ומצמיח ישוע ונאמן אתה לחיות מתים. ברוך אתה אדוני מחיי המתים.
אמן. נקדש שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב היה נביאך, וקרא זה על זה, ואמר.
נקדש את שמך בעולם, כשם שמקדישים אותו בשמי מרום, ככתוב על יד נביאך, וקרא זה אל זה ואמר.
קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלך כל הארץ כבודו. אז בקורש גדול, אדיר וחזק, משמיעים קול, מנסים לעומת שרפים, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו.
קדוש, 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 אדוני צבאות, מלך כל הארץ כבודו. אז בקול רעש גדול, אדיר וחזק, משמיעים קול, מנסים לעומת שרפים, לעומתם ברוך יאמרו.
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו.
ברוך כבוד אדוני ממקומו. ממקומך תמלוך עלינו, כי מחכים אנחנו לך. איי, 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 מתי תמלוך בציון, בקרוב בימינו לעולם בעת תשכון, תתגדל ותתקדש בתוך ירושלים עירך, לדור ודור, לדור ודור, ולנצח נצחים. איי, 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 בינינו תהיינה מלכותך, כדבר האמור בשירי עוזך, על ידי דוד משיח צדקך.
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה.
ימלוך אדוני לעולם, אלוהיך ציון, לדור ודור, הללויה. לדור ודור נגיד גודלך, ולנצח נצחים קדושתך נקדיש, בשבחך אלוהינו מפינו למוש לעולם ועד, כי אל מלך גדול וקדוש אתה, ברוך אתה אדוני, האל הקדוש.
אמן.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Again, it's wonderful to be with all of you this Shabbat. This feels very special. Celebrating the Bar Mitzvah 2.0 of Gary, 50th anniversary of his Bar Mitzvah. And our first Shabbat with our mask optional policy. Masks are optional, vaccines are not policy. They go together at TBZ. And to see so many faces, like literally see so many faces. I've forgotten some of your faces. Some I don't think I've ever seen your full beer. It's good to see it. And to be able to include everybody that is joining us both on Zoom, on YouTube, to be able to really bring our community. And as I said earlier, we are committed, and you'll hear me sing this a lot, to create a sanctuary, a place that is not judgment regarding the choices you make regarding masks. If you want to wear a mask, it is there. You need to wear a mask. It's the right thing for you to wear a mask. No questions asked. You don't have to explain. You don't have to say this or that. And if one Shabbat you wear a mask and one Shabbat doesn't wear a mask, you don't have to explain either. And the same thing the other way. We don't have. This is a place where we have created a sanctuary with a lot of airflow. Thank God. It's super hot, though. We have to go back. The settings of the heating is for the winter. Right, we will not know. But we have the possibility to do this, and we feel very blessed I'm feeling very blessed and honored to be able to be here with all of you today. I am wearing my mask only when I get very close to people. I said you don't have to have an excuse, but I just want to say I have a bat mitzvah in 2 weeks of my daughter. Just need to embarrass her for 2 more weeks. After that, she won't let me embarrass her again. I will, but she won't. So I'm just taking that precaution when I get very close to someone. I'm still wearing a mask. And we're going to celebrate with Gary now, with our whole holy community. We turn to the Torah service. If you haven't had a chance to see Gary 50 years ago with his family, it's just the sweetest thing to have his picture also in the back. So beautiful. You haven't changed a bit, just the hair, nothing else. And people at home, I believe Micah is also able to put the program for you, so you can also see the pictures of Gary at home. I'm going to invite friends of Gary, Jason Reisner and John Dinner, to open the ark. And we have 2 Sifrei Torah, so Reb Moshe and Gary will be holding the Sifrei Torah. Please, Alan will guide you here for the Torah service. If you are able to rise, please do so. אין כמוך באלוהים אדוני, ואין כמעשיך, מלכותך מלכות כל העולמים, וממשלתך בכל דור ודור. אדוני מלך, אדוני מלך, אדוני ימלוך לעולם ועד. אדוני עוז לעמו ייתן, אדוני יברך את עמו בשלום. אהבה רחמים היטיבה ברצונך את ציון. תבנה חומות ירושלים, תבנה חומות ירושלים, כי בך לבד בטחנו, מלך אל רם ונישא, אדון עולמים. ויהי בנשוא אהרון ויאמר משה ולאדוני ויפוצו אויביך וינוסו משנאיך מפניך כי מציון תצא תורה כי מציון תצא תורה ודבר אדוני מירושלים ברוך שנתן תורה תורה ברוך שנתן תורה תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו. Call and responses are on page 320 here, at home are on page 171.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonai Kadosh Shemo.
Echad Eloheinu, Gadol Adonenu, Kadosh Shemo.
Gadelu Adonai iti, Oneromema Shemo Yachdav.
Romemu, go after him, after him. Go after him, go after him. You may be seated. We're going to be reading from two Sifrei Torah today, as it is both Shabbat Parshat Vayikra and Shabbat Zachor. Shabbat Zachor being one of the Shabbat always before Purim, one of the special Shabbatot before Pesach as we move into that time of the year. So we'll begin with, it's the beginning of the book of Vayikra, Leviticus. The first Aliyah is on page 599 on your Chumash. It's the red book. People at home also have access. And we are honored to have as a guest today at the shul. There's a lot of rabbis here, always. But two very special rabbis David and Jackie Ellenson, who for TBZ, they are just the parents of Rafi, who drums for us. But they are much more than that. They are wonderful leaders in the Jewish community. They're wonderful leaders in the Reform movement. Jackie was pointing out to me, or David was pointing out to me, that it's pretty interesting that we ended up with Rafi and Noah at TBZ, both who are product of big leaders of the Reform movement. I don't know if it's more interesting for TBZ or for the Reform movement. But I'm going to invite Rabbi David and Jackie Ellenson to join us for the first Aliyah. ויעזור ויגן ויושיע לכל החוסים בו ונאמר אמן. הכל אבו גודל לנו תנו כבוד לתורה, יעמדו הרב. הרב יעל בת משה ומרגלית והרב צבי דוב בן שמואל וטוב על העלייה הראשונה, ברוך שנתן תורה לעמו ישראל בקדושתו, ואתם מדבקים אדון אלוהיכם, חיים כולכם היום. ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר בחר בנו מכל העמים ונתן לנו את תורתו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
Amen. Page 599.
Amen. Amen. Bim nefesh achat techetav bishgaga me'am ha'aretz be'asita achad mimitzvot Adonai asher lo te'asena ve'ashem o Hoda elav chatato asher chata vehevi korbano seira hatizim timima nekeva al chatato asher chata v'samach et yato al rosh hachata v'shachat et hachatat b'mekom ha'olah ולקח הכהן מדמה באצבעו ונתן על קרנת מזבח העולה וכל דמה ישפוך אל יסוד המזבח וכל חלבה יסיר כאשר חוסר חלב מעל זבח השלמים והקטיר הכהן המזבחה לריח ניחוח לאדוני וכיפר עליו הכהן ונסלח לו.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
That for Rabbi David and Rabbi Jackie, this is the first time in shul in 2 years, and the first time coming up to the Torah in 2 years. So I invite you to say Shechayanu for this moment.
Eloheinu melech haolam, Shechayanu v'kiyamanu v'hikiyanu b'zman.
אמן. משברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, הוא יברך את הרב יעל בת משה ומרגלית, ואת הרב
It's צבי דוב בן שמואל וטובה שעלו היום לכבוד המקום, לכבוד התורה, לכבוד השבת. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור אותם ואת כל משפחתם בשלח, ברכה, הצלחה וכל מעשי ידיהם עם כל ישראל אחיהם וחיותיהם, ונאמר אמן.
Amen. Amen.
And I'll just say this, and we love having Rafi part of our community, so thank you. Thank you for your part, for your part. It was Noah's idea, so thank you to Noah, but, but it's wonderful to have Rafi as part of our community. For the second Aliyah, Eben is going to be reading. We're on page 600, verse 32. If you have a yortzeit this coming week, commemorating a yortzeit this coming week, please come to this Aliyah. Evan.
Baruch hu et Adonai Hamvorach.
Baruch Adonai, move together.
Baruch Adonai Hamvorach le'olam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam. Asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim. V'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai Tein HaTorah.
Amen.
אמן. ואם כבש יביא קורבנו לחטאת, נקבה תמימה יביאנה, ושמח את ידו על ראש החטאת, ושחט אותה לחטאת במקום אשר ישחט את העולה. ולקח הכהן מדם החטאת באצבעו, ונתן על קרנות מזבח העולה, ואת כל דמה ישפוך אל יסוד המזבח, ואת כל חלבה יסיר, כאשר יוסר חלב הכסף מזבח השלמים, והקטיר הכהן אותם המזבחה על אישי אדוני, וכיפר עליו הכהן על חטאתו אשר חטא, ונסלח לו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech olam, asher natan lanu Torah emet, v'chayei olam natan betochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen. I'm going to say El Maleh Rachamim, and you can add the names of the people you are remembering today. At home, if you have people you are remembering, please add the names on the chat, and we will be adding them. אל מלא רחמים שוכם במרומים, אמצא מנוחה נכונה תחת כנפי השכינה, במעלות קדושים וטהורים כזוהר הרקיע מזהירים את נשמת. We have names to add from home, Micah.
Matthew John Power, Shalom Ben Chaim, Harvey Hans Nelken.
שאנחנו מזכירים היום לברכה, אנא בלה רחמים אסתירם בסתר כנפיך לעולמים, וצרור בצרור החיים את נשמותיהם, וינוחו על משכבותם בשלום, ונאמר אמן. May the memories of all that we remember today inspire us to live justly and kindly. May their souls be at peace, and may they be bound up in the bond of life eternal. And let us say amen. One of you could stay as a representative of the group. No? The next aliyah is for healing. Steve, would you stay here as the, thank you. The next aliyah is for healing. If you want to pray for healing for yourself or somebody else, if you want to come to the group aliyah and do it from here, if you would like to do it from the place where you are standing, you can do so too.
At home, please, of course, join us in this aliyah for healing and add names on the chat for the healing prayer. The next aliyah is on page 601, is chapter 5, verse 1.
So I want to just add a word that I signed up to read Torah this week as one of Gary's Boker Tov friends.
Baruchu et Adonai Hamvarach.
Baruch Adonai Ambarach leolam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamvarach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu in kol hamim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
אמן. ונפש כי תחתה, ושמעה קול עלה, והוא עד, או ראה או ידע, אם לא יגיד ונשא בנו, או נפש, אשר תגיע בכל דבר, אשר תיגע בכל דבר טמא, או בנבלת חיה טמאה, או בנבלת בהמה טמאה, או בנבלת שרץ טמא, ונעלם ממנו והוא טמא בהשם. או כי ייגע בטומאת אדם לכל טומאתו אשר יטמא בה, ונעלם ממנו והוא ידע בהשם. או נפש כי תשבע לבטל בשפתיים להרע ולהיטיב לכל אשר יבטא האדם בשבועה ונעלם ממנו והוא ידע בהשם לאחת מאלה. והיה כי יש שם לאחת מאלה, והתוודה אשר חטא עליה, והביא את אשמו לאדוני על חטאתו אשר חטא, נקבה מן הצאן כסבא, או שעירת עזים לחטאת, וכיפר עליו הכהן מחטאתו. ואם לא תגיע ידו דסה, והביא את אשמו אשר חטא, שתי תורים ושני בני יונה לאדוני, אחד חטאת ואחד עולה, והביא אותם אל הכהן והקריב את אשר לחטאת ראשונה, ומלק את ראשו ממול אורתו ולא יבדיל, ויזע מדם החטאת על קיר המזבח, ונשאר בדם ימצא אל יסוד המזבח, חטאת הוא, ואת השני יעשה עולה כמשפט, וכיפר עליו הכהן מחטאתו אשר חטא, ונסלח לו.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher natan lanu Torat emet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
מי שברך אבותינו אברהם יצחק ויעקב שרה רבקה רחל ולאה הוא יברך ורפא את החולים. Please add the names of the people you are praying for. We also include all the names of the people on the chat. And I want to especially recognize two names. Phyllis Mindell, who's Gary's Chief Bobby. Did I say it? Where's Gary? Hey, he's there. He keeps moving. So we're saying a special prayer for Phyllis Mindell. And a special, where are you? You're in the back there. Special prayer. And welcome to Ed DeVos and Judy Shechtman So we have been praying for you, Ed, for so long, and we will continue to pray with you. But now we can pray with you in person. We know the road ahead still is a little unknown, but has good news for now, and we are blessed to have you here. We continue to pray for your healing. There's such a blessing to have you here and to be able to celebrate with Gary as Gary's cousins being here. And כל החולים קהילתנו, ויתן להם רפואה שלמה, רפואת הנפש, רפואת הגוף בתוך שאר חולי ישראל שבת עם מלזוק, ורפואה קרובה לבוא עשתה בגלה זמן קריב ונאמר Amen. Merciful God, we pray for the well-being of all those who are ill. Grant them strength and a sense of your nearness. Keep steadfast their faith and keep them from yielding to despair. Grant wisdom and persistence to those who are striving to bring healing and relief from pain. Help those who share the anxiety which illness brings with it. Inspire them to be brave and hopeful. Grant us courage and confidence and keep us ever mindful of all who are afflicted. Accept our prayer, Adonai, on behalf of all who seek you today. Baruch atah Adonai, Rofeh Cholim. El na refa na la, El na refa na la, El na refa na la, refuah shlema. You may be seated. If one of you could stay here representing the community. And for the next Aliyah, I'm going to invite the co-counselor of Bank 1 in Camp Young Judea in 1980 of Gary. Bank 1, that sounds really cool. And we invite with him his family, Louis Wiener, and their family, Yam, Duhu, Lev, Reuven, Ben Moshe, Betzipa, Riva, Chava, Rachel, Batadir, Reuven, Bechana, Bebaruch, Yitzchak, Ben Leib, Reuven, Bechava, Rachel, L'Aliyah Revi'it. We're on page 603, verse 11, and Molly is going to be reading this Aliyah.
Baruch et Adonai Hamborach.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach leolam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamborach leolam va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vim lo tasig yado lishtei torim. Oh, lishnei v'nei Yonah v'hevi et korbano asher chatat asirit haifa solet lechatat lo yasim elecha shemen v'lo yitein alecha livona ki chatat hi V'heviyah el hakohen v'kamatz hakohen mimena melokum so et azkarata v'hiktir hamizbecha alishe Adonai chatat hi v'chiper alav hakohen Achatato asher chatat me'achat me'elev v'nislach lo v'haita lakohen kamincha.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher b'chanu Torah hamet v'chayei olam nata b'tochenu Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
אמן. מי שברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, הוא יברך את לב ראובן בן משה וציפה ריבה וחווה ורחל בת אדיר ראובן וחנה וברוך יצחק בן לב ראובן וחווה רחל. שעלו היום לכבוד המקום, לכבוד התורה, לכבוד השבת. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור אותם ואת כל משפחתם, וישלח ברכה והצלחה וכל מעשיהם עם כל ישראל אחיהם וחיותיהם, ונאמר אמן. וקדוש ברוך הוא protect you and bring you blessings in all your endeavors together with everybody everywhere, and let us say amen. Mazel tov. And for the next aliyah, if one of you could stay, that would be wonderful. Great. Steve, you can stay both together, whatever you want. And the other side. We're going to invite Steve Lewis, and we are having this an aliyah for a family who were there at the bar mitzvah. And I saw a picture of you, Judy, at Gary's bar mitzvah. It was so cool. So we invite Judy and Ed. Ed wasn't there, but, you know. And we also welcome all other cousins and family that are on Zoom. Unfortunately, Cousin Bruce and Cousin Judy were supposed to be here today. They were not able to make it today. I believe they are probably joining us on Zoom. If you are family, please, yeah, I see them even saying a little wave there. If you are family, wave, and it's wonderful. Judy is representing the whole family, those who were there 50 years ago. You look different, Judy, in that picture I saw.
I wasn't really there. I was no, I'm kidding.
No, I know.
I was saying I wasn't there.
But he showed me a picture of you, so. Your little cousin. The next aliyah is found on page 603, verse 14.
And I just want to say I'm reading Torah to honor my father's memory on his 20th yahrzeit.
Oh,
So.
okay, thank you. Oh, I should bring it. Thank you. Baruch Adonai Borach Leolam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hamarach Le'olam Va'ed. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim, v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
Amen. Vayedaber Adonai el Moshe lemor, nefesh kitimo ma'al, v'chat bishgaga, nikadashei Adonai, v'hevi et hashamo l'Adonai, ayil tamim min hatzon, berkecha, kesef shkalim b'shekel hakodesh la'asham, v'ed asher, Chata min hakodesh yishalem, v'yech chamishito Yosef alav, v'natan oto lakohen, v'hakohen yechaper alav, ve'el ha'asham v'nislach lo.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher natan lanu Torah v'emet, v'techayei olam natan b'tochenu. Baruch atah Adonai noten haTorah.
אמן. משברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, הוא יברך את אליה בן אברהם, יעקב ושופסי, ויהודית ליטה בת הרול ישראל והריאט, שעלו היום לכבוד המקום, לכבוד התורה, לכבוד השבת, לכבוד גרי. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור אותם ואת כל משפחתם, וישלח ברכה והצלחה וכל מעשיהם עם כל ישראל אחיהם וחיותיהם, ונאמר אמן. May the one who bless ancestors bless you, Ed and Judy, and bless all the dear family of Gary who are celebrating with Gary today, remembering the bar mitzvah 50 years ago, and knowing that Gary has grown quite a bit since. And we also bring into memory all those who are not with us physically, but we are with us in spirit, that were there in your mitzvah, and we bless you with a lot of healing and joy in your life. And let us say, Amen. Amen. יעמוד הרב משה אריה לב בן יהודה הלוי ובריינדל לעלייה שישית. And Rav Moshe will be coming up to this aliyah and reading this aliyah in honor of Gary, page 604, chapter 5, verse 17.
Again, Gary was one of the pioneers in the transition from Temple Bet Zion to TBZ. So I thank him for the support for all those years. Also want to thank Erwin Pless, who I think Gary knew very well, who was one of the more instrumental people in our transition into the congregation we are now. And yesterday he celebrated his 97th birthday. And he's in great shape. Couldn't come today, but he's online, I believe, I hope. And if you get a chance, drop him a note. Happy birthday note. Oh, wait a second. Okay. Baruch et Adonai HaMevorach.
ברוך אדוני המבורך לעולם ועד.
Baruch Adonai Borach L'olam Voed. Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam. Asher bochar banu im kol ha'amim v'notan lanu et Torato. Baruch Ata Adonai Noten HaTorah. ויהי נפש כי תחתה ויעשתה אחת מכל מצוות אדוני אשר לא תעשנה ולא ידע והשם ונשא עוונו והביא איל תמים מן הצאן וירככה להשם אל כהן וכיפר עליו הכהן על שגיגתו אשר שגג והוא לא ידע ונסלח לו אשם הוא אשום אשם לאדוני. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך עולם אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
אמן. משברך אבותינו אברהם יצחק ויעקב שרה רבקה רחל ולאה. הוא יברך את הרב משה אריה לב בן יהודה לוי ובריינדל שעלה היום לכבוד המקום, לכבוד התורה, לכבוד השבת. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור אותו ואת כל משפחתו וישלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיו עם כל ישראל אחיו ונאמר אמן. מקדוש ברוך הוא protect you, Rav Moshe, bringing blessing and success to all your worthy endeavors together with all our fellow Jews and everyone, everywhere, and let us say, Amen.
Amen, amen, amen.
And the next aliyah, only Gary finds his tutor from 50 years ago. We're honored, I don't think I've met you yet, but I'll meet you in a moment.
Right here.
I'm running to the Torah.
To welcome Rabbi David Grossman, who is Rabbi in Hull, where our dear friend Steve Greenberg, who was our executive director, he was our executive director, he is. So Rabbi David Grossman, I heard, was 19 years old 50 years ago.
I was younger than Gary when I trained him.
Okay. And he was Gary's tutor in the 1972 bar mitzvah. So, Yamod Harav David ben Dov Rivka Laliyah Shvit.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach L'olam Va'ed.
Baruch Adonai Hambarach L'olam Va'ed. Baruch Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Asher bachar banu mikol ha'amim v'natan lanu et Torato. Baruch Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
וידבר אדוני משה לאמור נפש כי תחתם על עמל באדוני וריחש בעמיתו בביקורתו או בתשום את ידו בגזל או עשק את עמיתו או מצא בדד וריחש בה ונשבע שקר על אחד מכל אשר יעשה אדם לחטוא בהנה ויכיר את אבי השם, והשיב את הגזלה אשר גזל, אותו שקדשר עשק, או את הפיקדון אשר הפקד איתו. O et aveda asher matzah, O mikol asher yishav alav lasheker, shilam oto v'rosh v'chamishitav, Yosef alav, lasher hulo yitnenu b'yam ashmato, v'et Hashem yavi l'Adonai al tamim menatom, berka chale Hashem el hakohen, v'chiper alav hakohen, lifnei Adonai v'nitzlach lo, al achad mikol asher yaseh liyashmava. ברkat Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam shenatan lanu torat emet v'chayei olam natan b'tocheinu ברkat Adonai noten Torah.
אמן. משברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה רבקה, רחל ולאה, יברך את הרב דוד בן דב ורבקה של היום לכבוד המקום, לכבוד התורה, לכבוד השבת. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור אותו ואת כל משפחתו וישלח ברכה והצלחה וכל מעשה ידיו עם כל ישראל אחיו, ונאמר אמן. We rise as the second Torah is come forward. יתגדל ויתקדש שמר רבה, ועל מה דברה חילותי וימליך מלכותי, וחייכון ובימיכון וחיי דכל בית ישראל, בגלה בזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יש מרב המברך לעלם ולעלמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו, לעלם עם כל ברכתה ושירתה ושבחתה ונחמתה, דמירם בעלמה ואמרו אמן. ימדיו המגבייה והגוללת לספר ראשון. And our גוללת for ספר ראשון is representing our Boker Tov community, Deborah Kellin. As we do Hagba and Glila, we'll be also passing some candies for the bar mitzvah boy. The candies, and we'll just give to people. וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. איי איי נה 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 איי 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 נה 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 passing the candies. A reminder, the candies are not for eating now. The candies are for blessing with sweetness Gary after his aliyah in the form of throwing candy at him. Did they throw candy at you 50 years ago? There was the candy. There was no candy 50 years ago. So do it for two, for 50 and for now. Ya'amod, Ya'amod, Bachur Abar Mitzvah 2.0, Gabriel Asher Ben Elia Meir VeYudit, Chazak, 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 Ve'ematz. And Gary is going to be reading from a special maftir of Zachor, which we read before Purim, and it is found on your Chumash on page 1135. It's chapter 25, verse 17 of Deuteronomy of Devarim.
That was taught well. Baruch hu et Adonai hambarach.
Baruch Adonai hambarach le'olam va'ed.
Baruch Adonai hambarach le'olam va'ed. Baruch ata Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, asher bacha banu mikol hamim, v'natan lanu et torato. Baruch ata Adonai noten haTorah.
Amen.
זכור את אשר עשה לך עמלק בדרך בצאתכם ממצרים, אשר קרך בדרך, ויזנב בך כל הנחשלים אחריך, ואתה עייף ויגע ולא ירא אלוהים. והיה בהניח אדוני אלוהיך לך מכל אויביך מסביב, בארץ אשר אדוני אלוהיך נותן לך נחלה לרשתה, תמחה את זכר עמלק מתחת השמיים, לא תשכח. ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם, אשר נתן לנו תורת אמת וחיי עולם נטע בתוכנו. ברוך אתה אדוני נותן התורה.
סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל טוב וסימן טוב, סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל טוב וסימן טוב, סימן טוב ומזל טוב ומזל טוב וסימן טוב. יהי לנו, יהי לנו, יהי לנו, ולך ישראל. יהי לנו, יהי לנו, ולך
The kids are playing with the paddles outside. They prefer water than candy, so there's candy for everybody here. Gary, here, I'm going to bless you with a special mishaberach. Here, let me do this here. You are tall, I'm not, so here. I need your apron. Mishaberach, come closer. משברך אבותינו, אברהם, יצחק ויעקב, שרה, רבקה, רחל ולאה, הוא יברך את גבריאל אשר, בן אליה ומאיר ויהודית, שעלה יום לכבוד המקום, לכבוד התורה, לכבוד השבת, ולהודות על כל החסדים, אשר גמל אלוהים מיום היוולדו עד היום הזה. הקדוש ברוך הוא ישמור אותו ואת כל משפחתו, ושלח ברכה והצלחה בכל מעשה ידיו, עם כל יסלחיו, ונאמר אמן. May the one who bless our ancestor bless you, Gary, who has come to this moment to celebrate your 2.0 bar mitzvah. Huh? grateful to God for the gift of life which you have enjoyed until this day. May the Kadosh Baruch Hu continue to bless you with length of years, good health, the pleasure of Torah study, the profound satisfaction that comes from a life of Maasim Tovim, of good deeds. May this moment be one of celebration, of growth, and of healing. And Gary, in each age we receive and transmit Torah. At each moment we are addressed by the world. In each age we are challenged by our ancient teachings. At each moment we stand face to face with truth. In each age we add our wisdom to that which has gone before. And at each moment the knowing heart is filled with wonder. In each age the children of Torah become its builders and seek to set the world firm on a foundation of truth. Our blessing to you today and every day is that you continue to bring blessings to those who surround you. Your journey of Torah keeps opening your heart each day, and we bless you that you are always surrounded by people who can open their hearts with you in joy, with love, with Torah, and lots of laughter. And let us say, Amen. Mazel tov. And יעמדו המגביה והגולל לספר שני. We have the second Torah that is lifted and dressed. We have Rabbi Sam and Leah lifting and dressing the Torah. וזאת התורה אשר שם משה לפני בני ישראל על פי אדוני ביד משה. איי 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 So Gary is going to be reading the Haftarah he read 50 years ago. He read the full Haftarah then. He's going to read the full Haftarah today. Not a practice of TBZ, but the practice of TBZ is to flow with what comes. So it is definitely, it is on page 1282. We're doing the Ashkenazi practice, which we don't know why. It has one less verse, which starts on page 1282 on your Chumash. Gary will tell us a little bit later about how he studied for this after a reading. I will leave it as a surprise.
Where's Rabbi David? I'm going to do the whole thing. You made me you made me do the whole thing in 72.
If it gets a little too long, blame it on Rabbi David.
So anyone who needs a bathroom break, it's just fine. Baruch Hu atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam asher bachar b'nviim tovim ratza v'divreihem hanemarim be'emet Baruch atah Adonai Haboker Batorah U'Moshe Avdohu ובישראל עמו, ובנביאי האמת בצדק. כה אמר אדוני צבאות, פקדתי את אשר עשה עמלק לישראל, אשר שם לו בדרך בעלותו ממצרים. אתה הלך והכית את עמלק, והחרמתם את כל אשר לו, ולא תחמול עליו, והמתה מאיש עד אישה, מהולל ויד יונק, משור ויד צל, מגמל ויד חמור. וישמע שאול את העם, ויפקדם בתלאים 200,000 רגלי, ו10,000 את איש יהודה. ויבוא שאול עד עיר עמלק, וירב בנחל. ויאמר שאול אל הקני, לכו סורו רדו מתוך עמלקי, פן אוסיפך עמו ואתה עשית חסד עם כל בני ישראל בעלותם ממצרים, ויסרקני מתוך עמלק. ויך שאול את עמלק מחבילה בואכה שור, אשר על פני מצרים. ויתפוס את אגג מלך עמלק חי, ואת כל העם החרים לפי חרב. ויחמול שאול והעם על אגג ועל מיטב הצאן, והבקר והמשנים ועל הכרים ועל כל הטוב, ולא אהבו אחרים העם, וכל המלאכה נמבזה ונמס אותה החרימו. ויהי דבר אדוני אל שמואל לאמור. ניחמתי כי המלכתי את שאול למלך, כי שב מאחרי, ואת דברי לא הקים. ויחר לשמואל, ויזעק אל אדוני כל הלילה. וישכם שמואל לקראת שאול בבוקר, ויוגד לשמואל לאמור, בא שאול הכרמלה, והנה מציב לו יד, ויסוב ויעבור, וירד הגלגל. ויבוא שמואל אל שאול, ויאמר לו שאול, ברוך אתה לאדוני, הקימותי את דבר אדוני. ויאמר שמואל ומר כל הצאן הזה באוזני, וכל הבקר אשר אנוכי שומע. ויאמר שאול, מעמלקי הביאום, אשר חמל העם על מיטב הצאן והבקר, למען זבוח לאדוני אלוהיך, ואת היותר החרמנו. ויאמר שמואל אל שאול, הרף ויגידה לך את אשר דיבר אדוני אלי הלילה, ויאמר לו דבר. ויאמר שמואל, הלא אם קטון אתה בעיניך ראש שבטי ישראל אתה, וימשכך אדוני למלך על ישראל. וישלחך אדוני בדרך, ויאמר לך והחרמת את החטאים את עמלק, ונלחמת בו עד כלותם אותם. ולמה לא שמעת בקול אדוני, ותעת אל השלל ותעש הרע בעיני אדוני. ויאמר שאול אל שמואל, אשר שמעתי בקול אדוני, וילך בדרך אשר שלחני אדוני, ואביא את אגג מהלך עמלק, ואת עמלק החרמתי. ויקח העם מהשלל צאן ובקר ראשית החרם לזבוח לאדוני אלוהיך בגלגל. ויאמר שמואל החפץ לאדוני בעולות וזבחים, כי שמוע בקול אדוני. הנה שמוע מזבח טוב להקשיב מחלב אלים, כי חטאת קסם מרי ואבן וטרפים הפסר יען. מאסת את דבר אדוני וימאסך ממלך. ויאמר שאול אל שמואל חטאתי כי עברתי את פי אדוני ואת דבריך, כי יראתי את העם ואשמע בקולם. ואתה שנא את חטאתי ושוב עמי ואשתחווה לאדוני. ויאמר שמואל אל שאול לא אשוב עמך, כי מאסת את דבר אדוני וימאסך אדוני מהיות מלך על ישראל. ויסוב שמואל ללכת ויחזק בכנף מעילו ויקרא. ויאמר אליו שמואל קרא אדוני את ממלכות ישראל מעליך היום ונתנה לערך הטוב ממך, וגם נצח ישראל לא ישקר ולא ינחם, כי לא אדם הוא להנחם. ויאמר חטאתי אתה כבדני נא נגד זקני עמי ונגד ישראל, ושוב עמי והשתחוויתי לאדוני אלוהיך. וישב שמואל אחרי Shaul, Vayishtachu Shaul Ladonai, Vayomer Shmuel, Hagishu Elai et Agag Melech Amalek, Vayelech Elav Agag Madonot, Vayomer Agag Achen Tsar Marhamavet. Vayomer Shmuel Ka'asher Shikla Hanashim Charbecha Ken Tishkal Minashim Imecha Vayishasef Shmuel et Agag Lifnei Adonai Bagilgal. Vayelech Shmuel Haramata Vishaul Allah El Beito Givat Shaul.
The blessings after the afterah.
Baruch Ata Adonai Eloheinu Melech Haolam Tzor Kol Haolamim Tzadik Bechol Hadorot Ha'el HaNe'eman HaOmer V'Yosef Hamdaber Kayim Shechol Devarav Emet V'Tzedek Ne'eman Atahu Adonai Eloheinu, v'nemanim divarecha, v'davar echad midvarecha, achor lo yashuv rekam, ki el melech ne'eman, v'rachaman atah, Baruch Ata Adonai.
Baruch Shema.
Ha'el ha'ne'eman b'chol devarav.
Amen.
Rachim al Tzion ki hi beit chayinu v'laluvat nefesh toshia b'mhera v'yameinu Baruch Ata Adonai. Mesamech Zion bevanecha.
Amen.
Samcheinu Adonai Eloheinu B'Eliyahu Hanavi Avdecha U'malchut Beit David Mishechecha B'mhera Yavo V'yagel Libeinu Al Kiso Lo Yesef Zahar V'lo Yinchalu Od Acherim Et Kevodo Ki V'Shem Kodshecha Nishbata Lo Shelo Yichbenero Li'olam Va'ed Baruch Ata Adonai Magen David
Amen.
Al HaTorah V'al HaAvodah V'al HaNevi'im V'al Yom HaShabbat Hazeh Shenatat Lanu Adonai Eloheinu Likdusha v'limnucha Likavod u'tifaret Al HaKol Adonai Eloheinu Anachnu modim lach Umbarachim otach Yitbarach Shemcha b'fi kol chai Tamid li'olam va'ed Baruch atah Adonai.
ברוך הוא ברוך שמו.
Mekadesh HaShabbat.
Amen. Yasher koach to Gary is now going to share with us some words of Torah.
After a sip of water.
Of course.
From today's Torah reading, remember what Amalek did to you as you were coming out of Egypt, out of Mitzrayim, out of narrowness and constraint. But when you finally arrive at the safe, expansive place you have been given, blot out the memory of Amalek from under the heavens. Do not forget. Thank you for being here for Shabbat at TBZ and for Bar Mitzvah 2.0. Thank you, Rav Claudia. Thank you, Reb Moshe, Rav Tiferet, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Noah and Rafi, for song and music. Thank you and blessings, Larry, Kraus, and everyone who read from Torah and participated in the Torah service this morning. I haven't read from Torah in 50 years until today. No surprise, I had to rehearse more at 63 than I did at 13 to learn the Hebrew and the trope. There'd be no Bar Mitzvah 2.0 if there hadn't been a first go-round, as Rav Claudia mentioned. My childhood Haftorah teacher, Rabbi David Grossman, is here this morning. You were 19 years old. You were older than me. When you taught me to chant, Rabbi David. I remember playing catch with you in the temple parking lot before we would study. Thank you for teaching me then and for being part of my second bar mitzvah 50 years later. A warm welcome with love and gratitude to family and friends, a special welcome to family who were there in 1972 at Temple Sharei Tefillah in Norwood, Massachusetts, to celebrate my first bar mitzvah. Online on Zoom today is my Aunt Charlotte at 98 years old. Aunt Charlotte's late husband, our dear Uncle Harold, attended Temple Beth Zion in the 1940s.
Here you can see her.
Aunt Charlotte, we see you. Everyone wave to my dear Aunt Charlotte. And my Aunt Sandy Phillips is online with us today. Bruce and Judy couldn't be here this morning. Aunt Sandy is my mom's elder sister at 91, and I'm so glad you're with us today, Aunt Sandy. Most people who attended, there we are. Hi, Aunt Sandy. We see you. Hi. Most people who attended my first bar mitzvah, of course, have slipped below the horizon. That's the way of this world. On this Shabbat Zachor, this Shabbat of remembrance, with you I remember my grandparents and parents, for many of you husbands and wives and partners, siblings, and my aunts and uncles and cousins and friends, all who live on in memory. The idea for today's celebration had its origins during the early days of the pandemic. I was isolated at home, and I finally had time to sort through a box of stuff that our late mother had saved from my childhood. The box contained a dozen or so unlabeled cassette tapes. For Clara and Lucia, those are little audio things that you plug into a machine and listen to music. Curious, I purchased a handheld cassette player. I didn't have one, of course, and listened. One of those ancient cassettes featured a recording from February 1972, me rehearsing my bar mitzvah haftorah. I realized that 2022 would mark 50 years since my first bar mitzvah ceremony. I discussed the idea for a renewed bar mitzvah with Rav Claudia. Thank you. You embraced the idea with enthusiasm, and here we are today. To prepare for today's ceremony, I could have asked you again, Rabbi David, to tutor me. That would have been interesting, truly. I suppose we would have first had to find a parking lot so we could play catch. That study method would have been creakier today than it was 50 years ago, for sure. So I settled on a less aerobic approach. I'd listen to that 50-year-old recording, and I'd practice. I had a sense that if my 13-year-old self could tutor my 63-year-old self, I might learn something more than my haftorah. I didn't give a Torah talk in 1972. That wasn't the practice or custom at the time in most American conservative Jewish synagogues. That's not the case today. And so at Bar Mitzvah 2.0, I finally get to say, this haftorah is horrifying. It took deep reflection for me to extract a positive lesson from it. Here's the plot. Samuel, who claims to talk with God, anoints Saul as the first king of Israel. Samuel relays God's command to Saul, destroy the Amalekites, the descendants of a nomadic tribe who, years earlier, had attacked and killed the most vulnerable Israelites, the stragglers at the back of the procession during the Israelites' long and arduous exodus from Egypt. According to Samuel, Saul must kill every Amalekite man, woman, child, and infant, and all of their animals. No creature may live. Saul gathers his army, he lays siege, and he slaughters the Amalekites, a genocide demanded by heaven. But contrary to orders, Saul takes the Amalekite king Agag prisoner, and Saul's troops keep as spoils of war the finest animals from the Amalekite herds. Because Saul didn't carry out God's orders precisely, an angry God retracts Saul's anointment as king of Israel. Saul pleads to no avail. Samuel, the prophet, has the prisoner, King Agag, brought before him. Samuel draws his sword and hacks Agag to pieces. With that done, Samuel and Saul decamp to their respective homes. They never saw each other again, and God regretted God's decision ever to have made Saul king of Israel. That's what I just chanted. In 1972, I understood this basic storyline. I don't recall, as a 13-year-old, wrestling with the ethics of God-ordered genocide. I didn't. Here's what I do remember from 1972. Our God sure is strict. no matter who you are, king or bar mitzvah boy, there is no wiggle room, no chance for forgiveness with our God. 50 years ago, my bar mitzvah haftorah, what I just chanted, wasn't the Jewish text that most preoccupied me. I've talked about this here at TBZ over the years. When I was 10 and 11 and 12 and at my bar mitzvah 13 years old, the Torah portion that loomed largest for me was from the afternoon Yom Kippur service from Leviticus. You've heard me talk about this. If a man lies with a man as he lies with a woman, it is an abomination. My 13-year-old brain mashed up that Leviticus denunciation with the unforgiving God of my Haftorah, and I was uneasy. When I finished chanting, the rabbi, it wasn't David, of course, the senior rabbi at the temple, offered a blessing that, while good intentioned, only increased my apprehension. Here's what the senior rabbi said to me, just as Claudia gave me a gorgeous blessing, thank you. Here's what the senior rabbi, when I was 13, said to me when I finished chanting. You did a good job today, Gary, but you won't take your place in the Jewish community until you return to the Bima in a few years and stand under the chuppah, under the wedding canopy with your bride. I looked out at my relatives. Of course, I could see their pride. I had completed the assignment. Right, David? I had chanted my Haftorah. Everyone would soon celebrate at the Kiddush following services, and it was a fun party. I had a good time. Still, I distinctly remember thinking, these people are going to be so disappointed in me. Within the decade, as I began to come out of my own Egypt, out of my narrow place, I was right to have been worried. For some, I was a disappointment, and I was a disappointment for a long time. In the last 50 years, despite having aged into an engaged, progressive citizen, I've never been able to jettison that bar mitzvah boy's fear of disappointing others. Not until today, anyway. Remember what Amalek did to you as you were coming out. It may be difficult for us to hear when history and current news are filled with so many brutal manifestations of Amalek energy directed against Jews and right now directed against the people in Ukraine. That Judaism itself came to represent an Amalek for me. But there was no avoiding it. Judaism, our Torah, had supplied the source code for the looming disappointment I anticipated on that snowy Shabbat morning in 1972. And so my first bar mitzvah marked the beginning of the end of my involvement with Jewish spiritual life for 25 years. Now, obviously, the story didn't end there. In an expanding universe, the prophet Quentin Crisp wrote, time is on the side of the outcast. Let me repeat that. In an expanding universe, time is on the side of the outcast. Those who once inhabited the suburbs of human contempt find that without changing their address, they eventually live in the metropolis. Today's difficult Haftorah hints at the force that would power the expanding moral universe. In today's reading, Saul, having disobeyed God's exact awful order, nevertheless pleads to retain kingship over Israel. Samuel rejects Saul's plea. Quote, God does not go back on God's word or change God's mind, for God is not a human being who changes God's mind. Close quote. I've never conceived of God as having a mind, never mind a changeable one. But that's less relevant than the inference here, that we human beings, unlike God, can change our minds. Over the last 50 years, human beings did change their minds. That was true happily and completely in my wonderful family. It was and is true across much, but sadly still not all, of American society. And it's true within many, but not all, Jewish communities. I'm so grateful to have witnessed Temple Beth Zion's evolution into TBZ, a loving community that welcomes our most authentic selves. I don't have time this morning. I've used up a lot of your time. Thank you for your indulgence. I don't have time to trace the path that brought me back to Jewish practice. That return would not have happened but for a chance meeting in the Berkshires at the Kripalu Yoga Retreat with Reb Goldie Milgram and her Hubbardston Barry Bubb at their program on reclaiming Judaism as a spiritual practice. Reb Goldie and Barry have joined us online today. They're on Zoom there. Blessings, Reb Goldfish and Barry. Mike, I don't know if you can find them, but these are two wonderful humans who've been so important to my life. For certain, I wouldn't be standing here had I not met you, Reb Moshe. At our first meeting, it's right out in the foyer, in 1998, you said to me, I'm paraphrasing, but I think I've got it pretty close. You said, you don't need to believe in the God of our written Torah, Gary. You don't need to believe in the God of our written Torah. But be careful what you choose to worship. You should spend one day each week away from your job thinking about what you do believe in. Try to do that on Shabbat. Thank you for that great life lesson, Reb Moshe, and for being my teacher and friend.
Rabbi, she's there.
Goldie, Barry,
Okay.
love you, and we see you. Remember what Amalek did to you as you were coming out of Egypt, out of narrowness and constraint. But when you finally arrive at the safe, expansive place you have been given, blot out the memory of Amalek from under the heavens. Do not forget. Here, in this safe and expansive place, I can set aside, even blot out, the worry and fear of disappointment that shadowed my first bar mitzvah. Beginning with today's Shabbat of remembrance, and for the rest of my life, when I recall my bar mitzvah, I'm going to remember this perfectly joyful day and all of you with love. Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. So if this was your first bar mitzvah TBZ, your parents, Alema Shalom, would be here and bless you and say Shechayanu with you. So you join me, all of us blessing you. We'll get a minute to Noah to help us blessing you.
Yevarchecha.
Yevarechecha.
Yevarchecha
Adonai ve'yishmerecha. Yair Adonai panav elecha. Ve'yichoneka is Adonai panav elecha. Ve'yasem lecha shalom. Ve'yasem lecha shalom. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Ve'yasem lecha shalom. Shalom, shalom, shalom. Ve'yasem lecha shalom. Ve'yasem lecha
Shalom.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam שהחיינו וקיימנו והגיענו לזמן הזה. And Larry, on behalf of the board of directors, will give a present to the bar mitzvah boy.
So I have the distinct pleasure and honor to give you your gifts and to greet you and to say, really, Gary, whenever you speak to us, you bring such good intention, such important lessons, such great energy and real teaching of where you've been and where you've come from and where you're going. And I appreciate it every time you speak. Reb Moshe said that you've been a pioneer. You've been part of the synagogue for decades.
Get close to the mic, Larry. Mic.
You've been part of the synagogue for decades. You've been a leader, sometimes very prominently, as you've done when you've created our custom of what we do when we read those verses on Yom Kippur. You've done some of that leading behind the scenes when you've been working on websites 1.0, 2.0. They keep coming. And I just personally appreciate everything that you've brought to my life and brought to the synagogue. So Yesher Koach and Mazel Tov. And we have goodies. On behalf of the board, I give to you a yad. So maybe it won't be, because if you wait, if you wait another 50 years, it's not gonna work. So you know who to call, and I'd be glad to connect you for another aliyah. We give you a certificate 2.0 to make sure that you always remember that you were here for your bar mitzvah today. And we re-gift to you, because what's a gift without a re-gift? Your name tag, which it's nice to know that we will start to use more often and be able to be together. So, thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Amen. We return the Torah to the ark. If you have the honor of closing the ark, we invite David Cohen and Kenneth Fried, cousin and friend, to return the Torah to the ark, page 346 or 184. יהללו את שם אדוני כי נשגב שמו לבדו עודו על ארץ בשמיים בידם קדם לעמו תהילה לכל חסידיו לבני ישראל עם קרובו הללויה כי לקח טוב נתתי לכם תורתי אל תעזבו עץ חיימי למחזיקים בה And before we take a few moments of silence for the Musaf Amidah, I want us to pray for peace together, recognizing that in these moments of joy, of celebration in our communities, we don't forget, we remember the suffering in the world, especially the people of Ukraine, all the many that are being killed, that are being displaced, the children, the parents, the elderly. On page 333 in our Siddur here, unfortunately, it's not the same that at home. We say this meditation on peace together, page 333. May it be your will, O God, that all war and bloodshed cease, and that a great and wondrous peace come to the world. May nation not lift up sword against nation. May they learn war no more. May all the inhabitants of the world recognize that we're not created to conflict, rivalry, hatred, jealousy, or killing, but rather that we were created in order to acknowledge you and praise you for all time. Have compassion upon us and fulfill for us the promises of Scripture. I will bring peace to the land, and you will lie down, and none shall make you afraid. And I will remove every beast from the land, and the sword shall not pass over your land. Justice shall flow like water, and righteousness like a mighty stream. For the earth shall be filled with the knowledge of Adonai, as the water cover the seas. We take a little bit time silently, either to say the words of the Musaf Amidah on page 376 or 185 at home, or for your silent meditation, standing or sitting, before we conclude the service. If you're able to rise for Aleinu, page 402. Aleinu leshabeach ladon. At home is 205. גדולה ליוצר בראשית, שלא עשנו גויי ארצות, ולא שמנו עם משפחות האדמה, שלא שם חלקנו עמהם, בגורלנו עם כל עמונם. ואנחנו קוראים ומשתחווים ומודים לפני מלך מלכי המלכים הקדוש ברוך הוא ונאמר והיה אדוני למלך על כל הארץ ביום ההוא ביום ההוא יהיה אדוני אחד ושמו You may be seated. We extend our condolences to Debbie Lipton on the death of her mother, Pearl Lipton. I know Debbie is joining us, and she finished her sitting Shiva yesterday. We continue to support her through her mourning period. And this week we are going to commemorate the yahrzeit of Ida Abrahams, Daniel Aarons, David William Califf, George Foreman, Samuel Lewis, Nettie Miller, Saul Pomeranz, Israel Rosenthal, and Rabbi Harold Silver. If you are in mourning or commemorating a yahrzeit, or your custom is to rise for the mourner's Kaddish, if you have a yahrzeit at home and you'd like to add the name, please do so. Any names, Micah, from yahrzeit? The mourner's Kaddish, Kaddish Yatom, page 410 here at TBZ, 207 at home. יתגדל ויתקדש שמי רבה, בעלמה דברה חירותה וימליך מלכותה, בחייכון וביומכון ובחיי דכל בית ישראל, בעגלה ובזמן קריב ואמרו אמן. יהא שמי רבה מברך לעולם ולעלמי עלמיה, יתברך וישתבח ויתפאר ויתרומם ויתנשא, ויתהדר ויתעלה ויתהלל שמי דקודשה בריחו לאלה מן כל ברכתה ושירתה תושבחתה ונחמתה דמירם בעלמה ואמרו אמן. יהא שלמה רבה מן שמיה וחיים עלינו ועל כל ישראל ואמרו אמן. עושה שלום במרומיו הוא יעשה שלום עלינו, על כל ישראל, ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן. May be seated. So as our first Shabbat with mask optional, vaccines are not, we have a regular Kiddush downstairs. There is no guidelines for Kiddush. Just take your food, sit, and eat. If eating inside with other people doesn't work for you, I would say we invite you outside, but I think it's raining a lot. There's to-go bags to go if being outside doesn't work. And you can be under the, whatever it's called.
Overhang.
So we really want to make more space as possible for people to feel comfortable, but we do have to-go bags for those who doesn't work yet to eat inside with others. Our fans are open, our windows are open downstairs. There are 4 air purifiers downstairs, so we're trying to make our space as safe as possible. And we do have a Kiddush talk today already. I'm going to apologize to Leah that we're going to be a little late because we're running already a little late. We'll have a little half an hour to eat for those who want to come up. Then after, we are very blessed in our congregation to have incredible talent. And one of them is author Leah Hager Cohen, who is part of our TBZ community. She is the author of 5 works of nonfiction, and I've read a few of them. Her latest novel is amazing. It's called Strangers and Cousins, and she is going to be talking to us tonight. It feels like tonight. Today, around 1:15, 1:20, we'll start here. We'll be also on Zoom and YouTube, and those of you who want to hear Leah speaking to us today during the Kiddush, talk a little bit about her journey and writing and longing and all kind of things. So we're very honored to have Leah speaking today. And a few more announcements from President of the show.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
I would first like to congratulate you, Gary. It was wonderful, and your remarks really meant so much, and thank you for sponsoring our wonderful Kiddush. We are very, very grateful for everything. A few announcements. Purim, Monday at 7:30, March 14th, on Zoom, Facing the Megillah, a feminist perspective with Rabbi Judy Kramer. I think we can all use a feminist perspective about Purim. Wednesday, March 16th, come one and come all to our Purim Carnival from 5 to 6, and the Megillah reading. It's sponsored by Beit Rabban, and from 5 to 6, at 6:30 will be the Megillah and a Purim spiel, which should be very good. March 18th, the Shabbat Nariyah, both in person and on Zoom. March 19th, celebration of 100 years since the first bat mitzvah with TBZ member Judith Rosenbaum, CEO of Jewish Women's Archives. And imagine that, 100 years since the first bat mitzvah. And on March 20th on Zoom, day-long meditation retreat with Zoketsu Norman Fisher. Those are mine.
Thank you so
And
much.
Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom. Please rise. Veshamru b'nei Israel et ha-Shabbat, la'asot et ha-Shabbat לדורותם ברית עולם. ביני ובין בני ישראל אותי לעולם, אותי לעולם, אותי לעולם. כי ששת ימים עשה אדוני את השמיים ואת הארץ. וביום השביעי שבת וינפש, שבת וינפש, שבת וינפש. ושמרו בני ישראל את השבת, לעשות את השבת לדורותם ברית עולם. על כן ברך אדוני את יום השבת ויקדשהו סברי.
לחיים.
ברוך אתה אדוני אלוהינו מלך העולם בורא פרי הגפן.
אמן.
לחיים.
Shabbos. עושה שלום עם רומיו, הוא יעשה שלום עלינו ועל כל ישראל ועל כל יושבי תבל, ואמרו אמן.
Like Jonathan, people at home, we are about to start. We apologize for the delay because kiddush and, you know, the bar mitzvah, the service went long. So, oh, it was wonderful, simcha. It was a very long haftorah, so. But as Evan said to Gary, he said he made for all the times the tutor said to the bar mitzvah boy, slower please, slower please. He made the tikkun for that. Great. I think I'll get started and more people will join us. Welcome to the people that are at home. Those of you at home, we would love, thank you so for that. And Danny, I'll take the other mic to pass it for questions here and you'll do the questions from the chat. Thank you so much. Those of you at home, if you can turn on the camera, we would love that because then we can see you instead of just see a name. And those here, feel free to be close. And again, I said this before, but I am just honored that Leah is going to be speaking with us in person and for that people can join us from home, wherever you are. It's one of the special things about this community. It's that in our community, there's a lot of talent and sometimes we just, you know, daven with them or study Torah with them for years and we have no idea that you have a New York bestseller author in your class, and I know I'm embarrassing Leah, or many other of you that have, you know, so much talent, and it's just an amazing thing to be able, and I've been blessed to get to know Leah first through the shul, and then we got very close. I have to tell you, Leah many times helps me editing some of my sermons, so, you know. It's become a close friend. And if you don't know this, Leah Hager-Cohen is the author of 5 works of nonfiction, including Train Goes Sorry, and 6 novels, including The Grief of Others, which was long listed for the Orange Prize and the AMPAC Dublin Literary Award, and was a finalist for the Dayton Literary Peace Prize. Her latest novel, Strangers and Cousins, was published in 2019, and named one of the 10 best books of that year by the Washington Post. She's the Barrett Professor of Creative Writing at the College of the Holy Cross, and we're very excited that she is going to be talking to us about loyalty. So here is for you, Leah. Yay.
Do I need? I don't think I need that. Okay. Thank you. Well, hi, you guys. It's an honor. It's always an honor just to be here. Oh, sorry. It's an honor just to be here, let alone be asked to do something here. And I don't know, especially today, this was already a very full, beautiful Shabbat. And Gary Cohen's teaching this morning was already so full and rich and beautiful. So it's just, it's just an honor to share with you guys. Is this good enough? Yeah, okay. So I was asked in January if I would give a Kiddush talk. And Rav Claudia knows, like, if, you know, of course I say yes to anything I'm asked to do here. And I was like, okay, but like, what is that and how long should it be? And I was told an hour. I am not gonna speak for an hour, but I should say, like, I took it very seriously, and so I tried to get near the half-hour mark. I hope, like, I can imagine now you guys are like, feeling sad that you stuck around, but, you know, and then I was going to show slides because I thought pictures will make it less boring, but we're not showing slides because it's Shabbat, so here goes. Hi. This is loyalty in 7 thoughts. The first thought, hodgepodge. I lived for the first half of my childhood in a residential school for the deaf in Jackson Heights, Queens. My parents worked at the school. My deaf grandfather, who had immigrated, he'd immigrated from somewhere near what I've now learned to call Kyiv as a child. He had been a student there, and our family lived in an apartment in the school building. Both my grandparents were deaf. My nursery school and kindergarten classmates were deaf. My babysitters were deaf. And my fervent wish was to become deaf myself so that I could more fully fit into this vibrant community that I loved. My sister and I are the white biological children of my parents. My brother is Black and adopted. We were just turning 4, 5, and 6 when he joined the family. We were still little enough to take baths together and close enough in age that we grew up playing together, fighting together, sharing the same private jokes. During the second half of my childhood, we moved from the School for the Deaf in Queens to a house in Nyack, which is a village up the Hudson River that was 40% Black, 60% white. And we moved there because it was so racially mixed. But when my parents realized that our neighborhood was predominantly white, we moved again 1 mile north into a part of town where we were the only white family on the street. I'm half Jewish by birth. When I joined TBZ in 2015, it was my first time being a member of a shul. It was almost the first time I'd been in a shul. The only other times had been for my cousin's bar and bat mitzvahs. My father, the Jewish parent, is, in the way of so many Jews, atheist or agnostic. And I was raised to understand our Judaism as a hodgepodge of socialist ideals, folk dances, civil rights marches, a smattering of Bronx-inflected Yiddish, bedtime stories about the fools of Chelm, lighting the menorah at Hanukkah when we remembered, being encouraged to question authority in public spaces as well as at the dinner table, and never putting mayo on my dad's turkey sandwich. The Jews I related to were scrappy New Yorkers who belonged to unions, subscribed to radical publications, and sent their kids to Kinderland, the socialist summer camp that was a huge part of my childhood, which was a hodgepodge in many ways. Kinderland, Summerhill, the famous free school started by A.S. Neal in England, the Bread and Puppet Theater, the NAACP. These were the institutions that represented our family's values. This is painful to say. This is painful to say. But I associated religious Jews, this is painful to say, with a kind of upper middle class, self-congratulatory, narrow-minded elitism. Thank you for coming into my life. My mom had been raised Protestant in upstate New York, but she, like my father, did not identify as religious. When I got old enough to ask her what she was, she told me WASP. And then she explained what each letter of the acronym stood for in a tone of voice that made it clear she didn't think much of any of them. So why am I telling you all this? Because I think my orientation to the concept of loyalty is formed in part, as I imagine is true for all of us, by my early sense of who my people were. And my early sense was that my people were not one thing. They weren't Jewish, they weren't Christian, they weren't hearing, they weren't deaf, they weren't white, they weren't Black, or rather they were all these things. When I got old enough to realize that I was not all these things, I experienced loss and I grieved. 2, roots. Etymologically, the word loyal is related to legal, similar to royal and regal. The root is the Latin lex, or law. Embedded in the word's early use is a sense of power structure. Back in the 1500s, it meant to be faithful in carrying out legal obligations, especially by a subject or a serf toward a sovereign or a lord. Faithful is a related word, but we don't use them interchangeably, do we? Have you ever heard someone proclaim their loyalty to God? We may speak of Yirat Hashem, fear or awe of God, or we may speak, as in the Aleinu, of a duty to God. But it seems to me that both the fear and the duty are rooted not so much in loyalty, but in a sense of mystery. Think of the ultimate demonstration of Yirat Hashem, the Akedah. Even now, we puzzle along with the ancients over Abraham's obedience, his almost unthinkable demonstration of faith. Where we are confronted with that which is beyond human understanding, with great mystery, there we may find ourselves turning to faith. Loyalty, on the other hand, belongs in a human realm. What images does it evoke? School children with hands on hearts reciting the pledge, spectators in bleachers rising for the national anthem. When I was about 12, my father took me to a baseball game, and when the anthem started, I remained seated, and my father said, "Get up," and he was glancing around anxiously at the fans. And I was appalled. I was like, "Dad, you're the one who taught us to question authority." And my father was equally appalled, and he said, "But Lee, this is Yankee Stadium." The word loyalty makes me think of blacklists, the House Un-American Activities Committee, pressure to make public avowals and disavowals, to name names. It makes me think of Stalin, of Japanese internment camps, fraternity hazing rituals, gang initiation rites, the Spanish Inquisition, the emperor's new clothes, all those who were just following orders. You might be thinking, okay, so those are harmful kinds of loyalty, but what about other kinds? What about the loyalty you feel for those close to you? Your parents, your children, your partner, your friends? And I would ask, why call that loyalty? Why not call that love? 3, universality. I was curious to learn what philosophers have said about loyalty, and subsequently surprised to learn that until recently it had been given little attention in Western philosophical thought. The exception is Josiah Royce, known as the founder of American idealism, who wrote about loyalty over 100 years ago. In his book, The Philosophy of Loyalty, he says it's not just a virtue, it's the ultimate virtue. That's because he believed loyalty, which he defined as the willing and practical and thoroughgoing devotion of a person to a cause, would lead to the perfection of a universal community. He was sure that it was possible to differentiate between pure or true loyalty and vicious or predatory loyalty, loyalty to evil causes, by asking oneself if a cause was good not only for me, but for mankind. The right way to achieve universal loyalty, he believed, would be, his words, to view the interests of all conscious life as one. It sounds pretty good, this idea of loyalty leading to oneness. And yet, how do we ensure that in our attempt to view the interests of all conscious life as one, we don't wind up simply imposing our own idea of what these common interests should be on others? We're all products of our time and circumstance. Royce was a straight white Christian male Harvard professor born in 1885. He writes admiringly of Robert E. Lee as a model of the spirit of true loyalty. Elsewhere, writing about immigrants, he cautions against the evil due to their presence, before reassuring us that it is the especial art of the colonizing peoples, such as we are, to be able to assimilate the strangers that are within our gates. In yet another of his writings, while professing great respect for non-Christian religions, he maintains that only Christianity's model of the loyal community can be successful. The point of this is not to pick on Royce. The point is to illuminate the fact that even in the case of someone who devoted his life to thinking about these issues and believed that he was able to discern what is universally good, we don't have to go far before seeing evidence of tribalism, bias, limited perspective. Again, Royce isn't the problem. We are all Royce. We all come from where we come from. It's just ironic that he, of all people, provides such a good example of the very thing that undermines what he's touting, that there could be such a thing as pure universal loyalty. To quote Hemingway, isn't it pretty to think so? 4, bittersweet. When I think of loyalty, I don't think of universality. I think of separation, exclusion, delineating boundaries. I'm loyal to this, therefore not to that. I think of Ruth and her famous speech to Naomi. Wherever you go, I will go. Wherever you lodge, I will lodge. Your people shall be my people, and your God my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. I think of how Ruth is celebrated not only for her kindness toward her mother-in-law, but for her loyalty. It feels complicated and fascinating that chesed can be translated as both loving kindness and loyalty, when one is inherently boundless and the other inherently circumscribed. My loving you doesn't decrease the supply of love in the world, any more than my humming a tune decreases the amount of music. On the contrary, but my declaring loyalty to you and your cause precludes my loyalty to anyone else with a competing cause. Loving kindness is not a zero-sum game. Loyalty must be. I think of Ruth, the paragon of loyalty, and how she is a role model for converts. I don't remember how old I was when I learned that many Jews don't consider me a real Jew because my Jewish parent is the wrong gender. In their eyes, I would have to convert in order to be recognized as Jewish. If their issue was that I was raised secular, never had a bat mitzvah, never learned to pray, that makes sense to me. I actually did attend a secular Jewish Sunday shula, and at age 13, instead of a bat mitzvah, I had a graduation from secular Jewish Sunday shula. And instead of a dvar, I delivered a talk on Ernestine Rose, a 19th century Polish-born Jewish atheist, feminist, and abolitionist. But I do, yay Ernestine. That was an appropriate response. And the socialist summer camp, Kinderland, that I went to and my kids went to, one of the bunks is named Ernestine Rose. The point is, I get it, I would get it if as a previously secular Jew, I needed some sort of confirmation or affirmation ritual to be accepted as an observant Jew. What confounds me is the fact that it hinges on gender. The problem isn't that my father's a secular Jew, it's that he's a man. If he was a woman, I'd be Jewish. And then I wonder, what if my father was non-binary? What if he was trans? What if I had 2 dads or 2 moms? What if, like my brother, I was adopted? The idea that a conversion or affirmation ceremony is necessary for the precise reason that I was born to a non-Jewish woman, this feels hard. When I think about immersing myself in the mikveh, and believe me, and Rav Claudia knows, and Osvaldo knows, I've thought about it a lot over the past years. For the purpose of ritual purification, I can't help thinking purification from what? Even though I know that's not how you would phrase it. I cannot help thinking that the unspoken idea, the subtext, would be to cleanse myself of my mother's non-Jewishness. That she is the problem with my being accepted as a Jew. It's a short step from there to thinking I'm being asked to renounce the part of me that is of her, to separate myself from her. And not only her, but my sister, my brother, their partners and children, all the members of my hodgepodge family who are not Jewish. When I think of Ruth's words to Naomi, your people shall be my people and your God, my God. Where you die, I will die, and there I will be buried. I don't think how beautiful, how loyal, how inspiring. I think, what about Ruth's mama? Naomi renames herself Mara, bitter. But isn't Ruth's story, if not bitter, then a little bit bittersweet? What about Ruth's parents and sisters and brothers and everybody back home? Do they miss her? Does she miss them? When she marries Boaz and has a son with him, does she sing the baby lullabies from her own land? Does she cook dishes she used to eat when she was a child? Does she pass along any stories and traditions and beliefs that she grew up with? Or supposing her family of origin was problematic, supposing there's a reason she's eager to shed her connection with them, why don't we hear anything about this? How can she bear to leave her people behind, not just physically, but psychically too, implicitly disavowing them in her speech to Naomi, utterly shifting who she identifies with, how she identifies? And why does it have to be binary? And why didn't the sages take up those questions? 5, patriotism. One day, the summer I was 7, I sat on my grandparents' lawn. These were my maternal WASP grandparents, while my father taught me how to sing, "Where Have All the Flowers Gone?" I was always begging him to teach me more ASL. Despite living at the school for the deaf, I wasn't fluent, and he would often teach me new vocabulary and grammar through songs. I already knew it was an anti-war song, but on that day, we went through the verses one by one, and when we got to the last verse, which comes full circle, "Where have all the graveyards gone? They've gone to flowers, everyone." He told me there was an alternative ending. "Where have all the graveyards gone? They've gone to the atom bomb." And then he taught me about Hiroshima and Nagasaki. There's an edition of Tolstoy's essays on civil disobedience that has an introduction written by George Zabelka, the military chaplain who blessed the pilots of the Enola Gay and the Boxcar, the planes that dropped the bombs on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Zabelka, who later became a pacifist, writes in his introduction of a myth we are fed from childhood by our parents, teachers, the media, the clergy, the government. In Tolstoy's own words, that myth is, quote, regarding yourself as connected with the people of one nationality or one state, separated from the people of other nations and other states, unquote. Of course, in some ways, this isn't a myth. We are separated from other people. What separates us? Geography, language, time period. More immediately, we may find ourselves separated by neighborhood, socioeconomics, religion, racial identity, gender identity, age, ideology, a whole slew of practices, practicalities, and beliefs. Just as so-called color blindness isn't a solution for racism, turning a blind eye to the differences among us is not a cure for tribalism. But I think that's what Zabelka and Tolstoy are ultimately cautioning against, mistaking the reality of what makes us distinct for a reason to refrain from connecting across difference. That day when I was 7 and learned what the United States had done in Hiroshima and Nagasaki, I sat there pulling up handfuls of grass, trying to make sense of it, before blurting out, "So America's a terrible country. How can we even live here?" I had this visceral sense of wanting to go, to separate myself from what was bad. My father acknowledged what I was feeling, and then slowly, he acknowledged some other things about the United States. He pointed out that in many other countries, people wouldn't be free to disagree with the government or go on marches or sing protest songs. Looking back, I realize he taught me something not only about history that day, but also about loyalty. He taught me it wasn't necessary to think in the binary of good and bad. He taught me that criticism can live side by side with appreciation, and that it's possible to remain with people, with communities, with ideas, without pledging unconditional loyalty to them, and without turning one's back on other people, other communities, other ideas. 6, idolatry. Since childhood, I have found the image of the American flag off-putting. This isn't always the case, especially if it's been altered or is being used in some thoughtful or unexpected way. But for me, the flag usually stirs up negative associations. Associations with the halls of power, systemic oppression, and with fanning a kind of rote, unexamined, overheated pride. And to be fair, it isn't just the stars and stripes that makes me uneasy. It's flags of all nation states in general. Visual symbols, physical objects, or icons that are meant to stand for a set of principles and for a group of people laying claim to a piece of land. Chapter 1 of Title 4 of the Code of Laws of the United States of America consists of 10 different sections describing the requirements for displaying, handling, and disposing of the American flag. In length and particularity, its language is reminiscent of the Torah's instructions for building the Mishkan. It includes the language, quote, "The flag represents a living country and is itself considered a living thing. When it is in such a condition that it is no longer a fitting emblem for display, it should be destroyed in a dignified way, preferably by burning," unquote. It's here at TBZ that I learned one definition of idolatry is mistaking a part for the whole. Worshipping a symbol or set of symbols in a way that forecloses on curiosity, instead of opening our eyes to the larger reality those symbols are meant to point our attention toward. If idolatry is a form of reduction, we reduce something large and mysterious and ongoing, Eya Asher Eya, to something graspable and concrete and fixed, then I believe loyalty is a form of idolatry. 7, motion. Loyalty, I'm smiling because because this is the part, Bobby, that you so perfectly anticipated when I just told you, like, in one word what I was speaking about, and you went right to 7. Loyalty takes a feeling of sympathetic agreement and codifies it, fixes it in place forevermore. The whole point of loyalty is that once pledged, it carries forward, even when tested by an alteration, whether in circumstance or in the perspective of the pledger. In this sense, loyalty is rooted in fear, the fear of change. Loyalty is the effort to vanquish impermanence. Let's be less abstract. Let's say Ruth, out of love and compassion for Naomi, pledges to accompany her back to Bethlehem. Let's say at some future date, she yearns to return to Moab, whether because she's become disillusioned with Naomi or out of homesickness, or maybe she wishes to repair relations with her family of origin. Loyalty would dictate she ignore or disavow what she feels, even at the expense of her development as a human being or the well-being of herself and others. Here's another example. Let's say you become aware that one of your own family members has done something to harm another person outside your family. Depending on your family culture, loyalty might dictate you cover up the truth, even if that were to compound harm to the victim. Of course, it could work in the opposite direction. Someone allied to a cause I believe to be good could have a change of heart and begin working in a way destructive to that cause. That would hurt. But what's the worth of an ally who goes through the motions of loyalty emptily, acting out of obligation or under duress? I would prefer the support of someone who could show up on this day, in this moment, to stand with me in the sense of nitzav, not just omed. And even more vital, if listening to their neshama means not standing with me, I'd want them to tell me about it. I'd want to know, because we're all of us in motion all the time. And perhaps telling each other the stories of how we've been moved would help us all to grow. Thank you. And not obligated to be polite. No. I don't know. Should we? Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay.
Yes, is that one?
Can someone find Margie for, okay, thank you, Raziel. I just love that the kids feel so at home. They are now up there, hopefully not making a mess. Yeah. Jordan will help you find Mama. All right, thank you so much. I missed the last thing, but I just want to say, so I just want to open it to questions. Anyone that have, either from here or from home in the chat. Let's start to see if there's somebody here that you have to use the mic, say your name so the people at home cannot see you, but they can hear you. Okay.
Ken Reich, I had a question, and that is, your talk brought me to an issue that's probably I've thought about for years and years and years, and that is, I'm Jewish. What does that mean? Am I a member of a tribe? Am I a member of a religion? Am I a member of a people? Now, am I part of another nation? And if I'm any of that, am I obligated to, if I formally gave to every charity in the world, because I'm universal, now do I have to really concentrate all my, my mitzvahs and my tzedakahs in one group because that's my group? And I rebel against that feeling. I have a loyalty to being Jewish. I have a pride of being Jewish, but I also don't want it to do that, to let that loyalty be so exclusive that, I can't give to other people. I can't have loyalty to other groups. So that's always been a dilemma for me. And I think after joining TBZ, it's maybe been exemplified more because I now think about it more than I did when I was growing up a naive young kid as a Jew. But so could you comment a little bit about that, particularly from your perspective, someone who says that they're half Jewish, you've joined TBZ, I'd like to hear your perspective on that kind of dilemma that I have.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. And I didn't get a chance to greet you earlier. Shabbat Shalom. It's the first time I'm seeing you in a long time. You make me think of the distinction between local and loyal. This is an argument Osvaldo and I, get into sometimes, but of course you're going to care more about the people, or you're going to be in a position to act and engage with often the people that are physically close to you, that you already have relationships with, right? You weren't exactly acting about that, because when we send money, we can send it anywhere. So it's not necessarily a matter of local versus loyal. But I think a little bit about if there's an ideal of wanting to be, well, you know, tikkun olam, there's the word olam, right? We're talking about the whole world, and yet each one of us is acting, we're little, right? We're small, and so we act within spheres of choice and spheres of circumstance that we feel that we have access to and that we choose to act within. So that's, I mean, it's not an attempt at all to answer the deeper questions that you're raising there, but it's sort of sharing with you what your question makes me think about.
If I can add, I want to add something. Stay with me, I like it. So last night in our dinner table, we're having this conversation actually about the Ukraine and what the state of Israel is saying now. I don't know if you have been following, which is they're saying they will welcome people from Ukraine if they follow the law of return, if they're Jewish, which is to follow. You don't have to be matrilineal Jewish. You have to have a little kamsama. And it was an interesting thing. In one hand, it's a terrible thing to say you're in a place where there's so much devastation. You were going to handpick the people to bring them to Israel only if you have a certain identity, and Israel will welcome you in that way. And then on the other hand, if you have a limited number of people that you can save and bring, aren't you going to bring the people that belong to you? So, like when you were saying that, I really thought about this it's a whole discussion politically that it's happening right now in Israel regarding the people that are living Ukraine now, and what is Israel's responsibility to those who are that need to be saved. So I'm not answering the question either. I'm just posing the complexity of this question that I think you said. Yeah. Leah, you want to say something?
Yeah. Leah Abrahams. Well, so everything you said just sent me off on all these free associations, so I have to pick one. And I was thinking about, it kind of has to do with what the rabbi just said. It has to do with what the rabbi just said, and when I was thinking about donating for this current situation, on the one hand, of course, I'm totally opposed to what Putin is doing, but on the other hand, I think of the history of the Jews in the Ukraine and what they did to the Jews. And even, I was telling Ken that my doctor told me that she moved here when she was 8 because her brother was about to be taken into the Ukrainian army, and she knew that they tortured Jewish soldiers in the Ukrainian army. So then I started having all these things about what am I loyal to? Am I loyal to the bigger picture of freedom of expression and democracy, and each country gets to make its own choices, or thinking about how they treated the Jews, and probably still do today? I wouldn't be surprised. And so that's what was on my mind. It's not a question, it's just sort of a... And then I heard about Israel, and that even upset me more, because they're taking money from the non-Jews and saying you have to leave within a certain amount of time. Anyhow, that's just, I'm sorry I'm rambling, but I had so many thoughts. Thank you.
No, that's okay.
Thank you, Leah. I think we have some questions from yeah, I know. We'll take a couple of questions from the people at home, and then we have Rabbi Sharon, Jonathan, Judith, I'm going to ask that we make sure that we're asking questions and we give room to everybody to share. Danny, you want to share some questions from the people at home?
Yeah, there's no questions yet, but they've been flooded with a lot of gratitude for what you've been saying, for your honesty, for the beauty of your honesty, for the analogies you've been bringing in. So I'm the only one who's seeing this right now, but there's been a lot of gratitude and a lot of thank you for all of your sharing right now.
So Rabbi Sharon.
Well, I'll add more gratitude. This is a little self-referential, but I have to say I laughed because I was picked up by and then I got out of the car. I said, no, I need to go back and hear her, and I'm so glad I did. So really, thank you. Listening to your reflections on loyalty made me think about this moment that I think we talked about in our chavruta, word chavruta for the DEI process. And the memory that you brought up for me of this moment in Tzfat, speaking with a Bratslav chassid, where I sort of said to him, who do you think we are to each other? And I think the question I wanted to ask you, and so sometimes I think about that as a different way of thinking about loyalty, whether to a group of people or even to my spouse, or sort of an insistence on continuing to ask the question, who are we to each other, in a way that is impossible to ask of everyone. So a looser, I'm interested in, well, I guess the question is, the reason that feels important to me is because it has to do with having some kind of a container for holding the ebb and flow of our emotions. So we may feel more connected or less connected, but there are people I don't want to walk away from because I'm feeling less connected. I want to keep asking, who are we to each other? So I'm wondering how that lands for you.
Yeah, thank you, Rabbi Sharon. Both what you said, and I'm realizing also Leah Abrams' reflections, are making me realize how much I think just by evoking the idea of loyalty, we find ourselves talking about categories of identification, right? How we identify. And Leah, when you were, sharing some of your experience, I found myself thinking, what if we didn't think so much in terms of historically, who are you, and politically, who are you, and those kinds of identity labels, but who are you right now in this moment? Are you suffering? Are you a person who is suffering? And that, in a sense, that might dissolve some of those other categories, the kind of calcified, categories of identity, and move us to what I hear your question, who do you think we are to one another? For me, that feels a bit more like a question about process, and a question that acknowledges sort of not just reciprocity, but like this continuing wheel of mutuality. So I'm realizing the idea of stasis versus motion, I think, come up as we think about these issues.
That was really beautiful. So Jonathan Garlick, not just a disembodied voice that's coming through the screen. That was really beautiful, and it made me realize how much I miss not only being in conversation with you, but the sound of your voice too. It's just so calming and soothing, the perfect voice for Shabbat. So I'm really curious about if you could go deeper. Really want to understand the Camp Kinderland experience for you, and what I mean by that is I'm sitting here full of admiration that you're standing here in a synagogue. And I also had an upstate New York, Borscht Belt, shtetl Jewish experience where it was a binary, either you accepted it all or you rejected it all. But somehow, through it all, with all of your intersecting identities, you found that place. So can you share with us just a little bit about, and in that place, there is idolatry, there are symbols, there is its own culture. So what was it in that space of that camp that grounded you and gave you something in those early years the people around you, the spirit of the place. Just curious to hear more, if you could go a little bit deeper.
Wow. Hi, Johnny. Nice to see you, and thanks for that question. And Camp Kinderland is a favorite subject of mine. And of course, what I want to do, as we do with our idolized institutions and people, I want to say, well, because Camp Kinderland is just like great and perfect, and there was no idolatry there. And I realize that that cannot be. It's got to be more complicated than that. And yet, many people here perhaps had an experience of going away to summer camp as a child, and maybe not. Something that I think I've heard from other people with non-Kinderland summer camp experience speaks to what it's like. You don't have to go to camp to have this happen. The first time in your childhood that you were away from parental eyes, that sense of freedom and independence in your formative years, and what happens when you're first experiencing that, and are the messages that you're receiving when you're having that first heady experience, are they ones that help you feel strong and self-love and love for others, and that help you grow a sense of strength and possibility? And I acknowledge that some people's first experience in that realm might not operate that way. But I think for me, questioning authority, speaking up even when it's against, I'll tell you actually, my father, who I think is on Zoom, loves this story and loves to tell it. When I started going there in '76, the summer I was 8, and I don't remember, it might have been 78 or 9, when Anita Bryant, so some people in the room are too young to know who this is, but she was like, yeah, orange juice, I see Ken miming orange juice. She was like a big, horrible, anti-gay spokesperson, and she was also a what do you call it, a salesperson, a brand influence, whatever she was for like Florida orange juice. State of Florida, the whole state of Florida. And so one morning at breakfast at Kinderland, the older kids, went around to every table and started taking a collection. They were saying, put your orange back in this crate, put your orange back in this crate. And the kids organized a boycott against the authorities and then Elsie Suller, the director of camp, came out and said, no, these oranges are from California, not from Florida. And we were like, come on, or you just, And so I think because Kinderland was a place where we felt a lot of freedom and permission actually to, we didn't need to toe the line in any regard there. I think I've gone way off from perhaps whatever the question was, but what is it about Kinderland that continues to this day to feel like a source of inspiration and values and strength and nurturing, and led me here? And there is I feel like if I was going to join a shul, it wasn't going to happen probably if TBZ didn't exist, so. Yeah.
A question for you. Thank you so much for this, Leah. So, watching you and being part of your journey, Torah study with you, feeling your connection and growing connection to Judaism over the years, I'm just wondering about your writing now, going forward, whether there's more conscious desire or awareness of bringing in Judaism into your writing, whether that's something that's part of your evolution.
Well, Lauren, you do know, other people in this room know, several years ago, I thought I would like to write a nonfiction book about Torah study. And I did a bunch of interviews with some people in this room, preliminary interviews, getting ready to try to put together a book proposal. And then it seemed like the energy wasn't quite right, it wasn't a great idea. Also, do I want to write about a community that I want to be a member of, you know, that, so I abandoned that project, and then I found myself beginning to write a new work of fiction, and that book may or may not ever get published, we'll see, but that work, I feel like, became my Torah study book in a very loose, eccentric way. So the short-ish answer after the longer answer is, I do feel that as a person who's drawn to write, you know, like that's my thing, that into that need that I have, this desire and learning and curiosity and exploration, yes, is those sort of tributaries are flowing right into the river of what I hope to keep doing. Yeah.
One question from home, and then it will be Judy.
From Julie Witch-Slack, does loyalty, as you've defined it, serve any useful function in society?
Oh, Julie. I know Julie. I mean, well, no, I mean, isn't it clear? I'm against it. My position on loyalty is I'm against. I know that the person who asked the question is like a wonderful, brilliant thinker, and I'm sure you could provoke me to, you know, we could have great, rich conversation about it. But I guess I will throw that down as a challenge to you the next time we meet. But where I stand today, which as we've, I think, established, no one stands in the same place, you know, for any length of time. But certainly where I stand today is no.
Hi, Judith Cates. So I have a vested interest in the Book of Ruth. So I'm really interested in the fact that you chose that particular biblical book to really help us think through some of the complexities of what you're defining as Ruth as the exemplum of loyalty. And one point of interest, I think, in the collection of commentaries on Ruth by women that Gail Reamer and I put together, I think there's a significant amount of asking some of the questions that you feel you haven't gotten any responses to from the long traditions of commentary about Ruth and where she may be in relation to her own past and the complexities of her identity. That's just, the book's called Reading Ruth. But I also just wanted to think about what immediately precedes the verses that you quoted from Ruth, which is that the narrator describes Ruth as, it says, Ruth davka ba. Ruth, it's usually translated as clung to or cleaved to her, that is to Naomi. And this verb davak that's used there is a verb that shows up in other places in the Bible, especially the book of Deuteronomy, to describe the relationship, the ideal relationship between the whole people and God. And I think that many of us who think about the use of that verb there by the narrator to describe what's going on with Ruth is that there's not only something about loyalty, I think in perhaps a more benign sense than what you were offering to us, but also a reaching toward, a going beyond, an expression of longing for that which is beyond what we might feel ourselves to be or to experience or to know. And I I'm just wanting to enter that into the complexity of this wonderful richness that you've offered to us about how to think about this. But the question I would want to put is, has to do with what many call, in the Reform movement, they used to call the watchword of our faith, right? Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad, which many scholars tell us should be understood to mean Adonai is our God, Adonai alone, only Yod He Vav He. And then understanding what comes next, Ve'ahavta, which we translate, you should love Adonai, the Lord your God, with completely, with this totality. What scholars also say is, love in the ancient context here means being loyal to. So you were offering loyalty and love as opposing ways of being in relation. And I just want to ask as a question whether, in fact, given that context, whether it might be possible to understand loyalty as a form of love.
Judith, I just want to do some learning with you. I hope I have opportunities to engage in learning with you. I don't know. I guess I come back to the question of, I suppose, open-endedness versus circumscribedness, and my understanding that love doesn't demand exclusivity or only this, not that. That's my understanding of love, is that it's not sort of, that it's not a zero-sum game. And I haven't been able to wrap my mind around a way in which loyalty could be practiced and experienced in a similar way, because I think if there's nothing oppositional, no oppositional energies, then I would think that would obviate the need to even talk about loyalty. I feel like loyalty only comes into play when it's necessary, because not everything can be embraced.
Hi, Leah, Edith Klein, so beautiful. My question, kind of related to Judith's, is, and I don't mean to be kind of in the camp of kind of coming down again and again on loyalty, but I've been thinking a lot about what you've said, and I'm wondering if you see connection as having a potentially a redemptive impact on loyalty. And for me, I think back to this very sweet moment that I had probably close to 30 years or so ago, when I was in my late teens. I was in Jerusalem, and I was walking somewhere Erev Shavuot to study Torah all night. And I was wearing a sleeveless knee-length dress, and I stopped at a corner, at a light, and on the other side of the street, there was an ultra-Orthodox man, long beard, black hat, black coat, stopping. We were both waiting for the light, and our eyes met for a millisecond, and my eyes didn't usually meet with the eyes of ultra-Orthodox men on the streets of Jerusalem, but it did at that moment. And I have no idea what he thought, but I felt like, oh my God, we're sharing this incredible moment of connection, because I'm on my way to study Torah all night, and he's on his way to study Torah all night, and and I just felt this beautiful moment of kind of connection despite, all of the chasms between us. And so for me, I think that's a particularly kind of sweet moment and memory, but I feel like for me, it's a lot of those moments that I have had with Jews, and there are other moments with kind of other kind of identities and tribes that I feel a part of. But speaking about Jews, those moments have enabled a depth of connection that has allowed me to really push the bounds of loyalty while feeling strengthened kind of by a sense of loyalty. Does that make sense as a question?
I think so. And I think, that scene that you described and that connection that you felt strikes me as very beautiful. And to me, I hear it as a kind of recognition, like, oh, like, we may look very different, but like, I know you. There's something about you, like, I know, and I think maybe there's something about me that you just recognized, and maybe without speaking, we both know we're like about to do the same thing, and that's beautiful. I think of something my mother told me when I asked her, I asked her at multiple points throughout my life, but at one point when I asked her, like, how come you guys decided to adopt Andy? Andy's my brother. And one of the times she talked about how, and she was quick to sort of acknowledge that this might have been like really messed up and idealistic of her. They were quite young when they did this. But she said that it was very important. So she fell in love with my sister as the older one. She was so in love once she had my sister that it scared her, and then she had me, like, there's less than 13 months between us. And then, I don't know, that she fell in love with me the same way. I think I had colic or something, but whatever. Like, she had that experience of, like, besotted, besmitten, overwhelming, like, almost frightening love for her biological children. And something about that she found really alarming. And she believed, intellectually, I suppose, that it must be possible that we can love people with whom we have no evident connection, that spark of, like, I recognize you, that love can be built on or can grow from encounters between two human beings where that doesn't exist at all. And that part of her feeling pulled to adopt a child. And then I'm sure she talked with my dad about it, and he was probably like, okay, sounds good, honey. I'm laughing. I think I even see him on the Zoom, and he'd be like, I don't know, it was Mom. Was everything that you just described that's so beautiful, kind of like, yes, and is that all there is for us? Or as human beings, are we also capable of that in the absence of that spark of recognition? Yeah. Thank you, Edith, and everyone. Thank you.
I just want to thank Leah. I want to thank Osvaldo for bringing her to Torah study. How many years ago was? Like, you didn't bring her to Torah study? You guys, I thought you didn't introduce her to TBZ?
Julie, who's on Zoom, might have been the one who told me.
But you didn't meet at TBZ.
I did. I shopped around.
You shopped around?
I did.
I had no idea this part. And then you decided to buy me when you were shopping around. And Leah she chose me. So Leah started to come to Torah study many, many years ago, and I think from the first time I heard Leah speaking at Torah study, I'm like, I want to get to know her. And we actually started to, before the pandemic, I would go like once a month or so to her house for breakfast and have long conversations, and it's become a friend and a blessing for our community. And it's just wonderful that we can hear her speaking here at TBZ, and that we can have you back for this kind of conversation. So, and her books are amazing, so you should read them. So thank you for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, Claudia. I love you.
Thank you all. Shabbat shalom.